Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome to my lair. My Hydra lair. Hope everybody's doing well today. So, as usual, I woke up today to some progress from Iquare, the man, the myth, the mutalisk. We've got some stuff taken care of. The only problem is I have no more strings whatsoever, I'm pretty sure. So, it's time to see what we can figure out over here. We are looking to implement Leith Organelle and ablative worm. So far, so good. So now we have to do. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that R is not used here. We got G, D, A, C. There will be a. I might have been planning to use R for Gorgoleth. Gorgoleth apiary. Maybe. Okay, so we'll use E for Leith Organelle, and ablative worm will be B, and then R will be Gorgoleth later. So now we'll say E. Evolve Leith Organelle. Okay. I don't need to provide anything else yet, because I don't know if we have more characters to work with after this. So we'll say Leith Organelle. What was the other one going to be? B. Evolve ablative worm. Okay. Excellent. Now we have ablative worm requires hive. All right. So far, so good. I can't believe we fit this much in. So there was one other thing that I am reminded of as I'm plugging in all this stuff for the extended upgrades, and it is that the Saber Siphon, or sorry, Silent Strikes, I don't know how I managed to miss those two. Silent Strikes has no cost. Supposed to be 150, 150. I'll do okay. Tectonic Claws. That's still one of my favorite names. All right, so Blade of Worm is 66. Leith Organelle is 117. They're both the same cost for now, but we'll see what happens there. No, it's fine. What one was that? 117? And that's fine. But we do have to set the icons, of course. So I want to say for icons, like the Leith Organelle should probably be some. I can use the glaive worm icon for one of them. I'm thinking it's probably going to be. Well, let me take a look, because the acid spores icon as well is not terrible. If I can find it. Here we go. Entering into the weapons section. So yeah, this is acid spore. So this could be the icon for Leith Organelle, 100%. So we set this over here. Because it's like, oh, there's 3 bounces now instead of 2. So there's 3 icons. Like whatever, you can figure that one out, right? So that's 3, 4, 4. And if we go to 66, hop in here and find the icon. for this. Yeah, and again, I can probably just use that. I don't think there's a need for much else. Yeah, so. All right, so that's a Blade of Worm and Leave the Organelle plugged in. I do want to do check up on the icon for Silent Strikes, because I'm pretty sure I did not muck about with that. It's 353. Yeah, okay. Well, I had iCore correct the damage values because it was never supposed to be as powerful as he was talking about. It should be. What I wanted was the damage should have been something like. Well, I don't know what keep forgetting what the original damage actually was, but it was supposed to be like, I think the original formula was like dividing the first bounce by 3, the second bounce by 9, and that was it, because there was only 3 maximum hits. So the first bounce was divided by 3, and the second bounce was divided by 9. Since we were adding a fourth, I couldn't divide that one by 3 times 3 or whatever it would have been. It would have been 9 times 3, because it's like a factor of 3 increasing. Then you would have been dealing 0 damage whatsoever. So I decided to make it so that I would do an indirect, but in theory not super significant buff to the final bounce, so that the first bounce still deals the same amount of damage because it's still divided by 3, but the second bounce is divided by 6, and now this new bounce from Leave the Organelle, the upgrade, that one is divided by 9, so that one becomes like the same damage value as the final bounce would have been before. So it still is actually, in terms of the number of like the amount of damage you're going to be dealing with mutas now, it's still a pretty big deal. So, you know what I mean. What's up, mutas doesn't, dude? We're just talking about you. Actually, we're just talking about upgrading mutas. So, yeah. So there's a small buff to that final bounce. It now deals the base damage divided by 6 instead of the base damage divided by 9. Which is not completely insignificant, but it's not so powerful that it'll completely upset the balance of mutas. Because you still have to land that last bounce, and you don't always do that depending on what you're targeting. It's it's like the first attack is obviously 100%, and then you divide the second bounce. You take the damage that it's dealing and divide it by 3, and then you take the damage that the second bounce is dealing divided by 6. And then you take the damage that the final bounce is dealing, the fourth attack, third bounce, and divide that by 9. So it's full, then divided by 3, then divided by 6, then divided by 9. Hello, Acoustic Solution. Welcome. I'm hanging, dude. I'm just working on implementing some upgrades that my main man iQuare just did the code for. And somehow I managed to actually squeeze in the necessary strings here. We're so close to the cap of how many strings you can put into the game. And we are eventually going to have to extend that. But somehow I've managed to fix that up. So this one is lead the organ now. Oh, yeah, I guess we can... oh, no, it's fine. We can keep those there. Those don't actually display there. So I'm looking at... Evolve the... No, that's 566. And then a Blade of Worm is 67. All right, and then I just need to plug these in. Oh, yeah, it's got to be or current unit is... Oh, yeah, here it is. And then I was kind of debating whether or not the Spire evolutions should be allowed to upgrade Mutalisks, but well, do they do 9 base damage? Maybe they do. I'm honestly not super familiar with them, so ask the Mutalisk expert in Twitch chat. Oh yeah, I'm looking for Devourer Haunt. And yes, there will be Scourge upgrades, Guardian upgrades, and Devourer upgrades. I just need to figure out what I want to do with them. Okay. So that's in. We just got to grab these icons, paste them in here. Start at 9, okay. It depends on what kind of code. I'm mostly just a translator. I translate code from one language to another, make a whole mess, and then somebody else fixes it. That's basically what I do when I'm writing code. Or I'm writing AI code, but it's not really code. It's like a different kind of thing. Okay, so... All right, we'll leave that there for now. And then I gotta grab the latest stat.txt for both of those. Okay, so what's my commit message for this one gonna be? Oh, what do we get? Fix mineral layouts, new ramps. Oh, nice. We got updates for the mothership. That's cool because tomorrow we're doing another game nights, or game morning, I should say. So, all right, I can't actually write my commit message there until I copy and paste some stuff. So, we should do some testing. Yeah, I'm not sure how code relates to artistic direction, but go for it, man. All right, so we have a spire somewhere. Oh. Oh, right. I don't have the... I didn't plug in the strings for those names yet. I'll have to do that. All right, so now we have them all. Oh, wait, this is the wrong unit. Don't be fooled. Okay, so we pop in... Oh, actually, I think there's a couple of units over here somewhere. Yeah. All right, check this out. Did I miss one of them? No? Oh, I don't have the latest plugins, probably. My dumbass forgot to add them. I did all of the setup for the stuff and then forgot to add the plugins. Haha. Also known as Epic. I even built the plugins and everything, but, you know. This gives me an opportunity to fix the string and the icons. So, Leith Organelle, string 564. Where is it here? 564. And then a blade of worm is 565. Oop. Is that not the icon though? 344, 345. Icon 344. I don't know why the icon would be botched then. Maybe I forgot to save it or something. All right, let's try that again. Mute his direction. What direction will you be going today? Well, it's again, it's not. You're not factoring in damage upgrades, Kian. So the damage upgrades will still be factored in there. Got to remember that. Hmm. Now I know you hate infantry just as much as the next guy, Muta, but come on. Check this out, dude. Dude, it splashed back on the other guy. It splashed back on the original target. Holy moly. Hmm. Even the medic gets some. Come on. Bully that medic. Oh, they're getting confused because they're getting attacked by something else. So they're like, what the hell? I like that because it doesn't really like help you that much against situations like this where you're just dealing with one unit, right? Or a couple of units. But you can quickly see a much better situation. Like if you have like say you're trying to deal with like you're dealing with a bunch of turrets, right? Like now you can actually attack these. I can't believe it splashes back onto the original target too. That's pretty epic. And again, this is without any upgrades, but the fact that you can deal AoE against this, and especially on like mineral lines as well in the back end, like you're gonna get a lot of extra damage on. Especially the remake of the first one. You're in the wrong stream, man. I'm glad that you just. What do we got here? Ban recent child pornography. I like that one. Destroyed. All right. So anyway, now that we know that those things seem to be running amok, they definitely will, I think, improve. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually check the icons again. Let me do that real quick. So we have E, right? That's E, and then B. It's B. Okay. And then what was I looking at before? Oh yeah, I wanted to double check that my silent strikes. Oh, I forgot to give it the correct. Yeah, that doesn't have the right string somehow. Silent strikes. It's 1585, so we'll find silent 1585, and then we'll pop into. Oh, classic move. Okay. We do Spire, Citadel. I'm pretty sure I wrote out, yeah, develop silent strikes, 1587. Okay. Forgot to colorize these. Nice. We managed to even squeeze in some descriptions for those. They're basically fully fledged icons now. All right, so we'll go ahead and close that. Oh, I think I actually needed to keep that open. I needed to edit the string. Oh, I'm not sure if I saved it or not. Oh, I did. Okay, cool. All right, so I can go ahead and ship this version up, and then I'll work a little bit on a separate issue. All right. All right. Did something happen with the plugin? Okay, so Visual Studio Code is just taking some crazy pills. Mutaglave's work off reduced damage by a factor of 3. How does that work with upgrades? I think it rounds down, but I'm not sure exactly how the rounding works. I'll have to ask Iquer. Basically, so the ablative worm upgrade, which requires a hive, is like the DPS increase. It increases damage of bounces. So you're dealing. So like I was lining out the formula earlier. So basically we have like. Here, I'll just do this in Notepad. Or Notepad++. It'll be a little bit easier. So we have like damage divided by so like bounce 1, bounce 2, bounce. So we've got these like bounces, right? So we do full. We'll just say damage, and then damage divided by 3, and then damage divided by 6, damage divided by 9. So that's where we're at, right? So like this is the current formula. Before it was just the only change was that bounce 4 didn't exist because there was no upgrade for it, and this was a 9 instead of a 6. So all I did was I slightly increased the amount of damage that you got from the third bounce, or the third attack, the second bounce, which is a buff to Mutalisks without any upgrades at all. It is still a buff, but it's a minor one because it takes it from like 1 damage to whatever 9 divided by 6 is instead of 9 divided by 9, right? So we could do that on the calculator. Oh. I have to set it to standard. So 9 divided by 6 is 1.5, right? Oh, I'm sorry. And you were asking about rounding. So actually, the way that health works in StarCraft is like the HPV, I'll say, which is not a virus. It's health UC on the unit. But then HPG for in-game is HPV times 256. So actually, when you have a unit that has 60 health, or I'll say like an SCV, HP V equals 60, right? SCV HPG equals, right? And then we'll do this because I'm not going to do that math in my head. 60 times 256 is 15,360. So this is how they keep track of damage points in between these health values. So these are logged all the time. So if I'm going to do a value, say I deal like any value that's a clean number, like 9 or 10 damage, then obviously we know like if damage equals 10, SCV HPV equals 60 minus 10. Like that's easy to do. But if damage equals 9.5, or in the case of like damage bounce divided by 6, right? 9 divided by 6 is 1.5. So if the SCV gets hit with a splash from the Mutalisk, that deals 1.5 damage because it's the final bounce with an unupgraded Mutalisk. Now then we have SCV HPV equals obviously 60 minus 1.5, but we can't factor that in on screen because we're only showing whole numbers. So while that's happening, right, like down over here, it was SCV HPG equals 15,360 minus 2,560 because it's 256 times 10, right? So we can do that math out relatively easily, but then here we have HPG equals 15,360 minus, and then again 1.5 times 256 is 384. So we can actually use that to get a real number out of it. So we would say, again, I'm doing this off screen, but I'm doing that math, and that leaves me with 14,976. So equals 14,976. So we keep track of that data even though we're not showing it to the player. Does that make sense? Like we have like a virtualized, completely like invisible to the player setup for the damage. And then we, outside of that, we're keeping track of all of this stuff, even if it's not being shown to the player. So we're keeping track of them having factors or fractions of damage, you know, incomplete numbers, not whole numbers. So that's basically how we're doing that. Like that's how the game does it anyway. And so we're piggybacking off of the system. Right, yeah. So I think in that case it might actually round, like I'm not sure exactly how the rounding goes, but that would be why, like in some strange cases, you might like end up having a unit that has 1 HP, but it actually has less than 1 HP. In terms of, it has less than 256 real HP, HPG, in-game HP, but it only has 1 HPV, visual HP that you can see on the command card. Right, so we have like the true damage, that's a better way to put it. So like, this is like, we could do damage true, and then damage you for what you can see, right? Like that might be a better way to experience it, to explain it. So that's basically how we do it, or how Starcraft does it. So that's how we calculate factors and stuff like that. I'm trying to make sure I'm back to my normal site here. But yeah, that's how the damage values work. Hopefully that made sense. Yeah. So yeah, that's how that works. And the other thing is that like HP gain, regeneration, is also calculated this way. So it's like a value divided by, like, so if the egg health is like 100, I think, so like that's obviously, so that's 25,600 in real HP. And then you would, like, you're counting back up towards that if it's below that number with HP regeneration. There's also some like funky game rule edge case thing where they do like 1 damage. It's like at least 1 damage will pass through every second attack or something like that, which is like defense matrix. A unit will sustain at least 1 damage every second attack or something like that. It's like at least half a point of damage. I'm not really sure what's up with that. That's like some weird Blizzard hardcode stuff. But there's like some other like very small exceptions to that rule. But for the most part, that's how all that stuff works. It's like you're counting up in a cycle of like health regeneration is in game considered whatever the value is, the in-game value, displayed value is of like health divided by 256 or multiplied by 256, I should say. And then you're like regenerating that much health per second or something like that, or every frame, I guess. So every frame being 24 frames equaling out to a second, assuming you're playing on fastest game speed. A lot of math, which is not my strong suit. All right, so I'm going to write my commit message over here. We have Micware. So we'll say Mutalisk upgrades. Micware. Add. So I fixed the tooltip label and cost of silent strikes. I feel like I did something else too, but I don't remember. Yeah, like at least it's staying constant. Like it's never like, oh, this unit's HP true HP value is the value you see times 3,000 for some reason because 3, man. Like it's always the same. So like in order to make the game set up properly, we needed to make sure that it was consistent. I think so far that's all I got. I have the Silent Strikes tooltip fix and the new Mutalisk upgrades. I should be able to... Wait. Oh yeah, so I was going to take a look at the area town aiscript, or AI scripts, because Kian was talking about those. If I go to AI melee... I go to Hydra Pritos. XP around town. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that. Oh. I can more or less pop this open. So one of the main concerns I have with the area towns is as the main town scripts, the melee scripts themselves got a little bit more complex, but also a little bit more set up in a modular sense. I was communicating between expansions and the rest of the script to figure out whether or not the AI had finished its build order, or to figure out all sorts of other things like, can I expand now? Can I do this now? Can I attack now? Can I upgrade now? Because of all of that, because I was sifting through all of that data and cataloging it, it's script specific as far as I understand. It could be that variables are actually player specific, even if you don't have the variables in that script. So I'll ask iCore about that. If that's the case, then I can use them no problem. So other than that, assuming I can go ahead and keep this going for now, Now, I'm pretty sure EXP count didn't get updated, but maybe it did? Oh yeah, I just changed the, a lot of these are like different. It looks like I'm not using weight defenses anymore, so I can definitely get rid of those. Alright, so I'm gonna check EXP, or build order EXP. None of that is, not all that's necessary, man. Is this even called? Doesn't look like it. Alright. And I don't even see Weight Gateway being called here either. Oh, wait. Yeah, all this stuff is used, so. So with this, people will be able to use area towns for their junk as well. So add prod. Well, in theory, that will fix some stuff up, but I'm not 100% sure if it'll resolve all the issues. Add prod. Looking at this here. We'll go ahead and delete the variable check because it's not meant to work without that. So, okay, should be good. Say fix poor performance of scripts. So I can just follow the same method for the other stuff as well. Okay, get rid of these. Okay. Well, I know the refinery one isn't called, but the rest of them, hard to say. It's probably safe to get rid of these. Prod. Oh, I'm already here. Nice. I guess I should add the updated logic for doing the attacks, or like responding to attacks with more defenses. Won't be that big of a deal, but could still be useful. Glad to see that you're conquering them. Slowly but surely. Evolving. Alright, well, iQuire has confirmed that I can use variables the way that I was looking to use them. So that's exciting. Alright, so in theory this will be fine. Now it's time for the Zerg. Wait, what? Oh. All kinds of a mess there, man. Alright. Get rid of all this. Yeah, I showed him off earlier. Looks like Mesk is having trouble using the more bullets yay limit expander. It's cool that the missiles can bounce back that way, though. I like that. I didn't know it was part of the code, but it's cool to see, for sure. I can't believe how bloated this has ended up being, man. Holy moly. All right. Here we go. Was that the guy's name? Oh, Solution. Well, it's okay. He called you mute his direction, so I don't know. I told him he was on the wrong stream when he said that he liked the remake, the remaster of Starcraft, and ever since then he fucking vanished. Oh, okay, good. Good to know. It's pretty epic. Yeah, I have no idea, man. What? Yeah, I know there's no... Wait. Was it in here? Oh. I see. Oh. I guess I should have copy and pasted all this stuff too. I forgot about that. Just gotta remove fact and starport after this. Alright. Now I need wait upgrade def too. Hello, my friend. Imagine bounce with 255 slash. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I was thinking of something to do with acid spores. My first, like, years and years ago when I was working on Nemesis Chain, I was thinking maybe Devourers should have an upgrade that increases their attack speed. But that kind of defeats the purpose of the unit. Like, it completely removes the, Speaking of removing... It completely removes the whole point of... what's it called? Like, it removes a core weakness of the unit that grants it the whole unit identity that it has. So I wouldn't want to, like, completely overwrite their identity with an upgrade. But it's one of the things that I like conceptually about the Mutalisk upgrades, is that they build on the whole idea that they splash, and that's like one of the unique characteristics it has. So I want to keep that way. So building on the acid spores thing would be a good thing. I think maybe making the unit cheaper. Maybe even making it so that you can access it earlier, like you only need lair tech or something. but making it so that the unit, so it's cheaper to access and cheaper to build, but making it so that the attack speed slow or the armor rend, one of those two, requires a hive tech upgrade. So like removing part of the unit's functionality but turning that into an upgrade. That is an idea that I could get behind as well, because they feel kind of underwhelming in that they really only work in one, because they're so difficult to get. And they're even more difficult to get in some situations with Hydra because you have to build a dedicated tech structure for them. I'm not 100% convinced that they should be as expensive and as much of an investment as they are. And so that's sort of where I come down on it anyway. It's like I feel like there's probably a way to... Yeah. Like they're very particular. You know what I mean? Well, I guess I could keep that in there. Maybe it'll be fine. So yeah, I'm not sure how that's going to go down. Yeah, well, yeah, you can't use them against anything else. Whereas, like, maybe the upgrade that iCore suggests would be something like, when a unit with acid spores dies, it affects all units, including ground units. So I could see a world where something like that ends up happening. I don't know about them attacking ground because they are super, super tanky. And the only thing that, like, if you made them attack ground, them being so tanky, so unbelievably powerful in that respect, would, I think, eviscerate. Like, you basically need dedicated groups of Goliaths or Dragoons or something like it would be really, really tough to fight against that. But I like the idea of them having some sort of utility against, like, more than just air units. And so that's where I'm thinking. I mean, yeah, I mean, you also have Guardians. Like, Guardians are the de facto air-to-ground target, right? All right, so I have to do spawn. I don't think I've made any significant changes to this, but just in case I have, it's in now, and then sub. Just so that we have everything up to date here. Oh, I think we can get rid of, oh no, that isn't there. All right. Fuck is still calling that? Oh. Okay. Well, so maybe what happens is once the acid spores reach their maximum count, that's when the explosion happens. So it's like if you get hit with, I would say reduce the maximum count first of all. Probably reduce it to 5 instead of 9 or whatever it is. 5 or 6. And you go from there to, so like I'm thinking of something for example, oh wait, I have to grab my other one. Here we go. So I'm thinking of like, So maybe we don't remove the limitation, but we just make this effect happen by default, right? Causes targets with 6 or more stacks of acid spores to explode for an additional... Honestly, I think it should be a pretty high number, so I'm going to say 30 for now. It might even be higher than that. Let's say explosive damage and release their acid and spread their stacks to all nearby units and structures. Oh, is it spawn? It's supposed to be span. I was just writing spawning pool, so... So this upgrade would basically make it so that when you hit, say, like a battlecruiser or a scout or something that can withstand 6 attacks, it's like as soon as they hit 6 stacks of acid spores, they detonate for a solid amount. Like, again, it's 30 explosive damage, so it's that damage would only be localized to that unit, so it wouldn't be something like it's dealing AoE. But the stacks would spread to all units around it. Hey, thanks for dropping by and saying that, man. I'm gonna butcher your name, but I guess it's Theoes? Theoes. Like, it's like if you said theories with a W. I have a theory. Welcome. And if you're leaving after that, goodbye. Have a good day. So yeah, I think it's I don't know, my assumption, my estimation is that this might actually be really, really strong against light units. I'm worried about that because, I mean, if it's explosive damage, wraiths don't take that much damage from it, right? They would only take 10, I think, or less than that, 25%, right? So nah, like I said, you guys, you got to do the inverse, man. Got to convince all your friends to get 161. It's like a 1 gigabyte download. And they get to enjoy Hydra. Come on. Oh, yeah, you did, specifically. You got to get just bring your crowd over here. It'll be fine. It's all right, man. Just have them install TeamViewer or some other remote PC controller, and I'll do it for them. Yeah, it's going to be a while before the new stuff is done, but you could at least force them to suffer through the original version if you wanted. I want to get more work done on those campaign maps, but it's just... We're a long ways off from being done, you know what I mean? So anyway, this Devour upgrade, I think... Like, I'm not sure about their position in the tech tree, because again, requiring a Hive and a Spire mutation feels pretty rough. It's like, you kind of want one or the other. So I think maybe you just get a Spire mutation access. Like, I think maybe they just require a lair. Like, Devour Hunts just require a lair, and nothing else. So you have a Spire, and you can tech into it. Alright, see you later. Well, the obvious one for me, for Guardians, what are Guardians mostly used for? They're slow-moving like battlecruisers. They can't attack air, though, so they're much more vulnerable and they need to be escorted, but they're not as expensive as battlecruisers. It's just that they're very expensive to access. What are they mostly used for? It's like taking control of areas, making it so that you have access to some area that you're... Oh yeah, I have to rewrite some of this stuff. So, why not have something like this? Why not make it so that the upgrade creates a small pool that only lasts for maybe a second or two, very, very short amount of time. But when you step into it, it reduces your armor. And that armor debuff lasts longer than that. It's probably too many moving parts as far as timers go. Maybe it's not armor, maybe it's just DPS. But the idea is that we would be creating an area denial aspect. Right? So it's like, yes, by default, Guardians force you to move around. Somebody uses Guardians, you've got to use air units. Somebody has some answer to that. Well, all right, let's just build a lot of Goliaths or Dragoons or something to like try to hope for the best. Maybe storm them or something like that. Like, I don't want to make it so that they're easier to move. I think that that's a core part of their identity, just like the whole attack speed of the Devourer thing. Like, I think that removing some aspect of the weakness, the core weakness of the unit, is not what I want. I want to accentuate its strengths, maybe point it further in the strengths direction. And we can see what happens there, right? So I think some area denial thing is in order. So maybe what happens is small pool of acid. Instead of reducing armor, it should probably just deal DPS. But it should, like, I like the idea of area denial because it's like that's what you're using them for. You're using them to deny the opponent safety in a certain area. And so now they've got to position themselves much better against you. Armor Rend is already there in the Devourer, so I don't really want to do armor. But having these pools of acid that stick around, maybe for longer than what I was initially expecting. So 5 seconds is probably too long. We'll say 2 for now, but I'm not sure. I think I did when we first implemented it, but I can do another test. Oops. No. Oh, no. Jesus Christ. Oh dear. What a fucking mess. Well, it depends on your micro. Is it all just this? Yeah, I guess so. Right. Time to figure out what that is. I'm sure there's time for testing it tomorrow when we play some fraud at night. Command Center Shadow. Ah, classic move. Okay. So the problem that I see with this Guardian upgrade theory is I really like the idea of positional, like, damage over time of some sort, but the problem is, like, everything that I can immediately come to mind with and everything that chat has come to mind with so far doesn't really work because it's already there. Slowing is something that I thought about, but that's Ensnare. Metastasis Plague covers the damage over time that spreads to another damage over time if it's killed. So it can't be either of those. We don't want it to just apply another effect that is identical to, or in, like, on paper, very similar to another effect. And we certainly don't want to piggyback another effect and say, yeah, here, just do this. Like, at least with Infested Terrans and Infested Templar and Broodlings, the idea is that they came from a queen in theory because the queen had to infest it. So there's some carryover there. The queen broodling thing is directly related to as well because you're spawning broodlings directly. So as a result, we have that, like, little dichotomy there, right? We've got all of these different ideas that have already been implemented. Armor Rend is for the Devourers, right? We've already covered that. Armor Rend is for sure something that yeah. Leech money from an opponent. Why wouldn't Zerg have overlapping roles and effects? Why would I ever drop something? What's your idea, Alexander? So the problem is, like, I don't want the overlapping to occur if I can help it, because it mitigates, like, it reduces the how do you explain it properly? I think that if you have a lot of options that boil down to the same sort of end result because they serve the same purpose, you're dealing with a situation where odds are one of the options that does the same thing as the other options is better than those other options. So if I've got 2 or 3 different things that do a slow or an armor rend or spread damage over time effects to another unit, one of them is probably better, right? So I don't want to have overlap for that sake, because I want to be able to say that if you want that kind of playstyle, this is the mechanic you're using. If it's not satisfactory enough, I can balance that mechanic specifically. I mean, if you're talking about just lore reason, I'm not really considering that. I don't care about lore when I'm dealing with, like I care about it as much as I want it to be good, but I care much more about gameplay. Okay, so that's an interesting idea. I think that might be better as an idea for a different kind of unit, though. Like, my concern with that is if it's like the Crypt Fiend, where they need to wait for it to return, the Crypt Fiend from Warcraft 3, they need to wait for the projectile to return to them before they can attack again. Or I think they have to. Maybe it's just a happy accident of their range and attack timing. I think what I like about that, as far as the Guardian is concerned, is that it's like the Mutalisk has this attack that bounces, but then the Guardian doesn't. Like, they just attack normally. The Devourer also just attacks normally. So it's like having that projectile rule in there is kind of interesting in that respect, right? You're dealing with a situation where the unit it's like an evolved version, right? So it's it's similar kind of deal. I would say that maybe there could be an upgrade where the projectile, we gate the projectile in a different way. So we gate its power, not similar to basilisks being positioned at max range or close to it. Then they get a bounce attack. They get extra DPS because of their projectile bounces. That's an upgrade. Similar upgrade for Guardian. If they're positioned from max range, that's when they create this pool, right? This acid pool that deals damage over time. And we can make it so that that pool sticks around a long time, like 5 seconds or more. And it deals a decent amount of damage during that 5 seconds. Like we're talking maybe 5 damage per second. So that's 5 times 5 is 25 damage. Pretty decent amount of damage if it's dealing normal damage, right? So then we have max range, right, as a rule. So then now, if I want to stop the Guardians from being able to do that, I can do that. I can negate the positional advantage of that upgrade by moving closer to them, which I might not always be able to do if my opponent has a much better position than I do. So it's still rewarding positional gameplay. It's still rewarding pre-planning and thinking about your fights and taking engagements in an intelligent way. I like that a lot better. And I also like Alexander's idea as a separate thing, probably for a different unit entirely, because I really like the idea of having to position around projectiles or dealing with projectiles like that, having projectiles do something a little bit differently than what they would do at certain ranges. That's like one of the ideas that I had for the Basilisk, obviously. It's like this projectile evolves and improves itself with this upgrade, but only if you position your unit to take advantage of that. So in this case, it's max range for both of these ideas. But maybe there's something for minimum range, or it's a projectile like the Lurkers, where if the Lurker is able to deal damage to multiple units, like say they have to deal damage to 4 units at the same time for this effect to work, maybe there's some buff to the weapon somehow, or like it impales the target and creates a slow field or something. I don't really know what it would be, but no Zeratul. No Zeratul allowed. Guardian damage can scale with the distance projectile travels. That could be another upgrade as well. The idea that like, so maybe instead of Guardian damage, it's like the projectile pool will be created and its duration scales with the projectile travel distance. So if the projectile travels, it has to travel at least halfway to the maximum range of the Guardian, which I think is like 256 or 284 or something like that. I'll pop up in unit stat here and weapons. I haven't modified them. So 256, right? So we've got to go at least 128 pixels, which is at least 4 weapon range before the pool gets created at all, and then it lasts for 1 second if it's only 4 weapon range. But if it's max, it lasts 5 seconds, right? Or maybe minimum it lasts 2, and then it gets an extra second, goes up to 3, and then 4, and then 5 with every additional weapon range that it travels. Or would that still? I think that my math skills are failing me again. Fuck. So that's 8. 8 weapon range is 256, which I already was pretty sure about because 128 is 4. So then at 4, it lasts for 2 seconds. At 5, it lasts for 3 seconds. At 6, it lasts for 7 seconds. Yeah, so it would have to be starting at 1 second and then scaling up, which is what I said initially. So for every additional weapon range, it travels past the 4th weapon range. The pool lasts for 1 additional second. So, what's up, Zatra? Welcome. Also, welcome, Guapi. All right, so we'll say France Guardian attacks a pool of acid on impact that deals 25 damage per second. Or sorry, 5 damage. Normal damage per second. The pool's, we'll say the pool's duration depends on the projectile's travel time and does not spawn at all, or does not, Yeah, it does not spawn if the projectile travels less than 4 weapon range. All right, so then we could say cost 200 minerals, 200 gas. Yeah, so that's the other thing is if you fire it onto a unit and that unit is moving really fast and you end up traveling 10 weapon range instead of 8, it should still factor that in. Well, I still haven't really revised the Kassan Screamer, but I like the idea of the acid pool that just deals damage. The Kassan Screamer specifically, the Cascathalor, has this ability where when its attacks leave behind a pool of acid, and I was originally going to make this an upgrade, but I'll probably just make it a default behavior, where the upgrade, or sorry, the pool on the ground will increase, even though it's dealing damage, it'll increase the speed of units that are moving through it. It's also going to be a much bigger pool than what the Guardians leave behind. Well, I'm not sure if I'm sure there's got to be some sort of additional utility we could add to it, but I'm not sure about like just increasing the damage or the effective damage by way of removing armor. Like only at max distance too. I think instead it would have to be like maybe there could be an upgrade that makes it deal 7 damage per second instead of 5 or something. Any info about infested Terrans? What do you mean, like, how far away are they from being completed, or? All right, so we have... I want to say, like... current state is they have been preemptively modified to... Let me find them. So they deal 400 instead of 500, but they get plus 10 per melee upgrade, so they can go all the way back up to 450. Their Death March passive has been implemented, so... You'll notice that this guy's moving quite a bit faster than a default infested Terran due to its missing health. So as soon as it hits 30 or less health, it will have its maximum movement speed. And they also have the Ensnare upgrade available, so if I were to get that... So I would be casting it when I attack, right? But I would also be casting it anytime anytime the infested Terran dies, just like broodlings. Well, no, because they... So they move the same damage rate as... As long as they're below... Oh, maybe there is a little bit of a difference. I don't think so, though. But they do move really fucking fast. It was supposed to cap at 50%, so maybe this is a bug, but... As you can see, they still need to actually detonate. So the Death March passive, I think, is it's pretty iconic with the unit. It's like if you don't kill it immediately, it's just going to get a little bit more deadly, you know? So, oh yeah, and then the other thing I was supposed to be checking was ground zero. Just waiting for it to finish the upgrade. Oh, I should get a radiation shockwave as well. Yeah, right now they're very niche, but the infestation changes should improve the attractiveness of them. Yeah, it looks like the EMP works afterwards too. Yeah, it's dependent on enemy tech tree. Definitely the case. Um, so yeah, I think these upgrades for the one for the Devourer, one for the Guardian, I think these are decent starting upgrades for now. And I did want to take another look at the Cascatha lore, because I do feel like maybe it's a little bit on the weaker side. I'll say... Protests are going to... Yeah, pack up and leave. See you later, dude. Organic units that move through this the acid gain % movement speed. I feel like maybe it should be concussive instead of normal, but we'll see. Yeah, I know. Science Vessel's calling the nuke down too. Like, hell yeah, man. Let me check unit stat here real quick, because I want to see about this. Devour. Alright, so we'll say... Interesting. Fear as in similar to like the I guess it would just be similar to the League of Legends fear, you mean? I have not really considered too much as far as upgrade ideas for the Kiskathalor yet, but I don't mind playing up that kind of status effect because the unit is meant to be pretty terrifying. Like, the whole idea behind, like, originally it was called the Kasan Screamer. That was like a like a placeholder name, and the idea is that they're from some planet called Kasan, presumably, or that's their origin point, and they scream, right? So it's like a pretty deadpan name. That's why it was placeholder. But one of the ideas that I'm going to have for the unit is like my vision for the unit's power fantasy or whatever, like the identity of the unit, is that every time it attacks, you'll hear this auditory scream, perhaps even if they're off range or whatever. Their weapon's only mid range, so it's not like they're a siege weapon per se, but like you'll hear some sort of premonition, some sort of warning, like a warning cry, a battle cry, right? And it's supposed to be scary in that sense, right? It's supposed to be like, oh shit, he's teched up to Kiskathalors. I might be fucked. So fear, assuming Kian's talking about, it looks like what he's mentioning here is similar to the League of Legends fear effect. So there's two champions, at least when I played, that had the fear effect, and basically it meant that I think they probably added a bunch now, but basically it means that units will generally run away from whatever is fearing them, while being unresponsive to movement commands. I'm not sure about the unresponsive to movement command thing, because I really don't want to take control away from stuff like that unless it's a dedicated stun, in which case you at least have control over you don't have control over the unit, but it's not like it's continuing to move or something, right? Whereas like if your unit gets blinded, you can just tell them to move instead of attack or cast a spell, and okay, yeah, you won't be able to use them for attacking, but you can at least move them still. I want to keep to that precept. So what I would probably say is like the opposite of the issue of optical flare, where the unit becomes blind and they frantically trying to like attack everything if they're not micromanaged. In this case, we would say the unit can't attack. They're fear stricken, so they can only move, right? Or they can maybe they can cast spells or whatever, but they cannot attack. Their attack is disabled for a certain amount of time. Something like that could work. It's like an upgrade for them so that units within like 3 weapon range of a target that gets killed are no longer able to attack or something. It would be pretty powerful though. It's like it really can only last for so long, right? The issue is that kind of just disabling units, you know what I mean? Like maybe that's only when some other effect takes into place or comes into play or something. Like I don't know. But I like the idea. It's just I don't know how I would implement it in such a way that would work in an RTS where you have like potentially like an entire control group of these things firing off at once. I mean, at what point can you even attack then? You know what I mean? So that would be my concern. But I do think that it shouldn't disable movement or stop you from being able to move your unit at all. Like you've got to still be able to have some sort of precise unit control because it's an RTS. But maybe again, disabling attacks in that sense might be able to work. I don't know. So I'll think about that because I like the idea, but yeah, it's like a taunt. It was supposed to be a taunt. All right, so here we have 50 guessed, 5 seconds. Oh, sorry, 32 seconds. Is it really 75 seconds to get a greater spire? That's nuts. I'm gonna say 1050 or something. Yeah, Voyager definitely He was in over his head, I think, for some of the stuff I asked of him. But he was the only reason why I was able to get, like, well, not the only reason. In Consummate, it doesn't seem like it because its development was not nearly as public as Hydra's. But in Consummate also relied a lot on third parties. So Voyager was one of them. And definitely a pivotal aspect of it all. It's just unfortunate we weren't able to actually show his work off. So we'll say... All right, I've got a decent chunk of changes here. What was the other upgrade that I just added? Called? Acrid displacement upgrades. Why is this Scott lower? Yeah, it was like a similar map. It was going to be a little bit wider. It was like built around the same starting area, and it's like Phoenix was going to arrive. Alganor was going to be managing a base. Aldaris was going to was completely like getting surrounded by Zerg basically, and Phoenix was going to save his ass. I had the script written for the briefing of that mission. I think maybe even the first couple of dialogue events as well, but. It was a little dicey. It was a micro map, so it was never going to be that great, but I was trying to make it so that it was a bit more exciting. DF did a lot of icons that never saw the light of day, including a really cool one of it was like a passive icon for Phoenix in the same way that there's like passive icons for Goska and Stralium and Tuzor that had like all the coloring and stuff. There was a passive icon for Phoenix's Dragoon as well. Yeah, here it is. CMD icons Phoenix. I thought it was really cool. Shocking amount of work was capable there. You know what I mean? Like he was able to do a lot with little amount of space. Yeah, exactly. There was all sorts of like these upgrades for the Phoenix upgrade icons, basically. They're going to be there. And his Phoenix weapon. I would still use them. Like, if, for example, I was trying to do a hero thing, I would still have them there. I might use them for relics, for example, in Hydra. It's just that passive icons have not really showed up. You know what I mean? Like they're not really there anymore. I mean, they're there on the unit command card, but we don't have any custom icons for them yet. Maybe there will be colors. Obviously, a lot more overhead for DF to do at that point, if that ends up happening. Is this done saving yet? Don't tell me I've got a... What? Google Analytics load. Get out of here, dude. All right. I needed to inspect elements so I could turn off that thing, copy and paste it all, and then I can refresh the page. I forget what my note was, but it was like rebalance, devours, and devour haunts. Add critical mass and acrid displacement upgrades. Revise Kiskatha lore. Stats and description. Yeah, I hope so too, man. I was just saying earlier, I want to be able to do more of that stuff. Oh yeah, I have to fix the shadow for the command center. TCO shad it should be. TCC shad. The fuck? Oh. Is this, yeah, it's exporting vertically. All right, so we know for the control, if I go find it anyway. Oh. Right. Just minimize this. Control GRP. I just have one more frame to add here. Okay. All right, so we know that that's 7. Okay, we're good there. So now I can say I've done all this. Come on now. uh, Guardian Acid Pool, do we need extenders? We might need extenders for that. I say we should just do the extenders so we can stop using it as an excuse, but no, I don't think we have a read anyway. Maybe that's something I can convince DF to do early. Hey, wake up, dude. The fuck? Accidentally did that, I guess. We got to get that upgrade going, man. We got to make it happen, okay? My brother's getting his own computer back soon, so what we're going to end up having to do is we need to finish that and make it so that it's like, oh, multiple classes, man. Multiple. We're going to have like a whole MOBA. Can you even imagine the desyncs we're going to run into? It'll be epic. All right, I will BRB. I got to use the bathroom, and then when I come back, I guess I'll do some planning for the Zerg icons and work on some Protoss 02. I got to tell you guys, man, you might not be able to tell. Only a keen eye can tell. This shirt is huge on me. Way too big. I put it on today. I was like, oh, man. What the hell? Oh, yeah. Before I do that. Icons. I couldn't tell you if it ever really fit, but... You know. Maybe. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We should definitely get a different different weapon icon for the neutron flare Corsair attack. It just reuses. Uh, it reuses the Wraith weapon attack, which is so bizarre. Oh shit, they're still called needle spines. Oh my god. All right. It's a pretty generic name, but we'll use it for now. Now, I think it's also true that psi blades and warped blades cool. Thank you, Ikor. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so no, never mind. I forgot it again. God damn it. Oh yeah, the side blade and warp blade icons are the same, so that should also be changed. Listen, if you look at like Mesk found the config option for Reddit moderator, so I think people are starting to realize things are a little silly around these parts. Yeah, there are. Yeah, true. That could also be an option for the Psyblade, Warpblade thing. So we got I suppose once we get the flingy extenders done and all that, I don't mind doing a little bit more, going a little bit more aggressive with those. But we will see. I don't know about costing 10 energy for, by the way, for Essence Drain. Probably not. Should get rid of its does not regenerate energy behavior though. Oh yeah, it's 5. Oh, I have to fix the Gorgolith apiary as well. The gaudiness? Do you mean guardians? Was that autocorrect? We decided on an upgrade that will create an acid pool that deals 5 damage per second, but the duration of the pool is dependent on the projectile's travel time. So if it travels for at least 4 weapon range, that's when it spawns the pool for 1 second, and each additional weapon range on top of that adds another second to the timer. And so the default weapon range of the Guardian is 8. So if you attack and it goes for 8 range, like you're attacking a building from max range, it will last for 5 seconds, which will be a total of 25 extra damage after all is said and done. So it should be pretty powerful. Obviously, and you know, rewards positioning. You can negate them and stuff like that. If you don't mind tomorrow, you can implement limited flingy extender. Sure, whatever you think. Whatever you think is right. I would like to have the complete flingy extender done soon, but I'm not sure what's the limiting factor there. I can try to troubleshoot some of my hooks later today, see if I can catch any errors. Infested geyser stealth passive. I think that makes sense too, yeah. But I'm not sure because the graphic, I might decide to do stuff through the graphics. Like I've made an infested gateway graphic already, as well as I think an infested barracks, and that was a while ago. If I check, maybe it's in Omega. Yeah. Like I did this one, and this is all like manual. So like I manually added onto it, and then I also applied the overlay. So I think it should be more than that, but I'm not sure. Like I did make modifications to the source graphic, and I think it would be a lot harder to separate that out as a different layer. Maybe it wouldn't though. Maybe I could do the just the overlay as well. We'll see what happens. So we'll say bulbous. I had conceptualized something similar. I don't know when, but the idea was actually that the Terrans were fighting with amongst themselves in some sort of civil conflict, and didn't really consider the Zerg experiments or whatever the fuck you were. I think you were a Cerebrid actually, but you had mostly suffered a lot of losses before the campaign began, and they didn't consider you that much of a threat, so they were too busy fighting amongst themselves. The idea was that you would slowly infest, like the first mission would be you basically infesting them over time. I didn't end up going anywhere with the I didn't end up making any maps or anything for it, but I wrote out a lot of plans for something similar. So I think the thing is like infestation is just one of those untapped areas where it's like you could imagine a lot of potential in it, but it's tough, you know. There's a lot of nonsense you've got to sift through. Gorgolith, normal damage, passive. Right, so I have to do. Well, I think I'm fine with it being a behavior / status, but my main concern is that you can't pre-place them for whatever. If for whatever reason you wanted to pre-place them, you wouldn't be able to. That's like my main issue. You'd have to do some weird gimmick stuff where you pre-place a queen above it, set it to 50% HP. You know, like, or unless you could tick a flag in MapQuery, like select the unit, tick a flag that said infested. But or like have a custom trigger that would apply the infested status to it at the beginning. But even then, like the flag thing is the only thing that I'd be comfortable with on a systems-based level. You were asking earlier why Veek doesn't like hacky workarounds. I mean, I think he just is not. He hasn't been accustomed to working within Brood War for like code base wise for as long as you and I have, where we know like the only way we make any progress is through these hacky solutions. He's much more interested in that sense. Like he's much more interested in working with like his own code base or a more robust code base that doesn't have the same shortcomings. So, unfortunately, it's just like he's coming from an idea that in a perfect world we would be able to do, or even in a more reasonable world, doesn't have to be perfect. In a more reasonable environment, we wouldn't have to do as much hacky workaround nonsense as we do right now. But because we have to do that, you know, there's some issues with that, right? So, like, only so much that we can do, if that makes any sense. So, all right. Say. Oh, nice. So it'll be more like Warcraft 3's or Starcraft 2's trigger system. Oh shit, we need a new acid spore one as well. Yeah, I'm mostly like looking at it as a way to try to. Oh wait. Okay, never mind. Wait, is it also called? Oh, it's corrosive acid. Oh shit, that's what I named this. God damn it. We'll call them corrosive spores. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm mostly looking to so I would hold on. I'm trying to do like a bunch of different things at once here and I'm failing, unfortunately. I think there was one other. Right. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not like we need some sort of GUI, or we don't need it, but it would make it a lot more reasonable to work with, I think. I'm in agreement with that. I think really what we need out of like we need to be able to have better transmission events, like dialogue events. We need better conditions for that stuff. Like even in macro-oriented maps, like Hydra's maps, where there's not really going to be gimmicks. There's not really going to be like to the same degree as other campaigns for sure, but just in general, I think in an objective sense, you're going to see way less deviations from standard melee gameplay. But you should still have some sort of understanding of what's happening in the game state. I do think that maybe the triggers system will be useful for creating reinforcement AI, like Phoenix and Arak showing up partway through the map in the second Protoss mission, as an example. I think you're probably going to see some stuff like that where it makes sense for the AI, or for it. It makes sense for us to get like some sort of modified trigger system that like sets the start location of the AI and does some other stuff as well. Ideally, without redefining what's it called? We would want it to not redefine resource areas, but we would want it to be like the AI will consider this location or this res area or whatever its home, its start location, so that it doesn't like try to defend halfway across the map or whatever. So some stuff like that might be done through triggers because that is a map specific thing, but at the same time we could also make it work through aiscript as well. Like setting the start location to a location and then in the triggers just moving the location to a certain area, but we would need to be able to move a location. Well, I guess instead of a location it would be like an area of the map. But yeah, there's all sorts of different things that I can think of uses for the trigger system, a more involved trigger system than what we have. For sure. Oh, yeah, this is... It's gonna be a while before we're done with the Zerg icons, it looks like. I feel like they have way more than the others, but I also probably missed a few. Okay. Oh. How silly of me. Unreasonable. Is the Wraith in Korean really silly or something? Hmm. Yes, I can. The fuck? One sec. All right, I have returned after a long silence. One thing led to another. I didn't even notice that. DF says that the upper half of the Argus Jewel upgrade is Kadarin Core, which is this. Oh, it's Fleet Beacon. So this. Oh, wow, it is. That's pretty funny. I should probably reorganize this stuff to be directly on the Wikidot itself instead of outsourced onto Pastebin. Okay. Isn't it also called acid spore too? Isn't it like it's called corrosive acid, but when they strike a target, oh, what? Maybe it doesn't affect allies or something. Yeah, it's actually just called acid spores. How embarrassing. Wraith can 1v1 the Devourer now. Okay, so we'll say... Oh, I also have to correct the string. That reminds me. So there's like a requirement string for the Devourer Haunt. I gotta change that to layer. All right, we got just a few more to fill out here, I think. Did I miss a weapon? I don't think so. Oh, the... Right. Say... Welcome. You have finally arrived. This is probably what we're gonna do to remove the, like we'll probably end up making it so that devourers by default don't actually spread the stacks of acid spores, and they need this upgrade in order to do that. Which is why it doesn't cost that much time, but does cost a fair bit of money. That being said, because it can spread to anything, basically, like it can spread to ground units, it can spread to buildings. The armor rend and the attack speed slow will still be pretty important there. So I think that'll be fine. Oh yeah, so I was doing this math earlier. So basically it's first bounce, or sorry, first bounce, just say it. This is the new formula. So the original formula was bounce 1 did damage divided by 3, and bounce 2 did damage divided by 9. The new formula is same for bounce 1, bounce 2 deals damage divided by 6, and bounce 3 deals damage divided by 9. And this is with the upgrade. The Hive Tech upgrade. And obviously bounce 3 doesn't exist if you don't upgrade it itself. So hopefully that clears it up. I guess I'll zoom in on this. So actual damage values would be 9, and then 3, 1. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of the old one, right? So right. I might need my calculator for this one. Divided by 6, I believe, is... Well, yeah, I don't think it would be... Well, hold on. Because 9 divided by 3 is 1. So it wouldn't make sense for it to go to from 1.5 to 1. So that's not quite correct. Well, 9 divided by... Oh, I was looking at the wrong one, so... 9 divided by 6 is 1.5. And if we multiply that by 1.5, we get 2.25. Right? Is that right, too? I'm not even sure. I think it is right that way. Because like 9 divided by 3, right? That's 3. 9 divided by 1.5 is equal to 6, not 3. But it's not 3 times 2. It's 3. It's the product times 1.5. So yeah, it would be... I think you're vastly underestimating this upgrade. I've seen it already do pretty good damage. And then obviously like this is just 1.5. So this is at max upgrades, right? This would be different. And remember, this is for every single hit, so... Oh. I think this is a pretty good amount of damage. Considering now you're dealing literally 1.5 times the amount of damage you were dealing with bounces, I think that's a pretty good upgrade no matter what. It's not like you have to upgrade this multiple times. It's just a single upgrade, and there you go. Whether or not it'll make Mutalisks a catch-all, use something you can use in open conflict. Like, it's not going to completely redefine the unit's combat role, but it will definitely help them scale quite a bit. Yeah, but Marines always beat Mutalisks. The only way Marines don't beat Mutalisks is if you have more Mutalisks or more, like, anytime you have even remotely close to equivalent numbers of Marines to Mutas, the Marines win. Even so, you're dealing way more damage than you were before. 150% of your old damage, to be exact. Yeah, this upgrade isn't going to radically change the whole combat identity of the unit, that's for sure. But it's going to improve some things. Maybe there could be a second tier of the upgrade that makes it so that it deals double damage instead of 150%. I would be open to something like that happening. But I think it's completely reductionist to not even test the upgrade in a real world scenario. Like, it literally just shipped. Nobody has played with this upgrade besides Iquare and myself in tests. Definitely would encourage you to actually use it. Will it get outscaled? Probably. But it's like, this is just more damage for your mutas. Mutas already were being outscaled. It's not like I'm adding a factor that makes Marines better than them. It's always been the case. So I'm not really getting the argumentation. It's 150 minerals and 150 gas to get this upgrade. And hive tech. If you're already going into mutas, you won't be... It's a 1.5 mutas of cost to get the upgrade. This makes them significantly more usable in the late game. By definition, it makes them more usable in the late game. And it doesn't make them kings of mid-game either, because it's not a significant buff. It's adding utility to, or adding damage to the bouncing. So it's positional. It requires them to be positioned well. It punishes the opponent for poor positioning. And it allows them to scale up a little bit better into the late game. It's not going to make them significant, like the go-to, every Zerg must get mutas in the late game, but you can transition your upgrades that you've been using for air units into Guardians and Gorgoleths and Devourers, and you can parlay that into something better. This also will significantly improve their performance against Wraiths, against Corsairs, against all sorts of things. I think you have a very reductionist take on it because you're assuming that, for one, you're always going to be going Marines against mutas, You're always going to be encountering a lot of Marines when you're using mutas. You're not always going to be doing that. Like there's a lot more at play here than what you're arguing. So and even so, now your complaint here is muddied to me because now you're saying that they're kings of mid game. But again, you haven't actually done any testing. You're just going off of statistical analysis, which can lead you in the right direction, but mandates further investigation after you've got a hypothesis, right? You need to test that hypothesis. So I'm open to the idea that this will push them in the wrong direction insofar as it will make them too strong in the mid game, but not help them enough in the late game. That's your hypothesis, it seems. Again, I can't really completely reverse engineer it because you didn't start out talking about the mid game problem until now. But I would like to see people cite examples if they're going to try to deconstruct the change. Or I would have to be convinced by a hypothetical, on paper, conceptual argument. And I'm not convinced by that, but I don't even really know what yours is. So yeah, you need to give me more info. Or you need to get more info for yourself. All right, I'll do that later on. Once iQuery does the change. All right, so we're looking at fixing some other string stuff. I can close that now. Just looking at that as a reference. What else was I fixing tooltip-wise? Yeah, I already did all that stuff, so that's good. All right, go ahead and do that. Just to make sure we have the latest ARR files, I'll do that as well. And I think it's also a good idea to add the upgrade declaration so that the AI will actually get these Mutalisk upgrades. That makes sense to me. But there was something else I was in the middle of doing. Oh yeah, it's all this stuff. So you got the... I think I have all of the icons noted down at this point. I don't think I missed any. So we go to like new units. RLF doesn't have an ability. Oh yeah, it was the Infested Templar stuff, so... Well, it's not insignificant though, because the thing is, before this change, you did 100% damage of bounces. After this change, just by default, you do more damage with bounces because of the final bounce being much higher value. It's divided by 6 instead of divided by 9. So you're getting, I think that by itself is 150% increase. But either way, it's an increase. And with these upgrades, if you choose to invest in them, you keep your Mutalisk army on par with the enemies for longer, right? It's an upgrade that you can get alongside weapon upgrades and Carapace upgrades. How well it can be worked into build orders is something that you can argue, because of course you probably at that point want a second Spire specifically so that you can get like a blade of armor, or sorry, a blade of worm upgrade. Get that upgrade. Well, let's see. We'll just compare the value of 9 divided by 9 is 1. Yeah, so it's 0.5. Because 9 divided by 6 is 1.5. So it's just for that last bounce. But even that is still, like, when you add that up, if you have 12 mutas attacking, that 0.5 turns into 6 extra damage in a fight, that can turn a fight. Yeah, you get the upgrade from the Spire. I was thinking today that I might end up making the Spire a tier 1 structure. So you don't actually need a... like maybe you need an evolution chamber for the Spire. And a spawning pool for Hydra. So it's like spawning pool is a ground structure. You get it, then you go Hydra, right? And so like maybe the spawning pool could be... Or the evolution chamber would be like... just tech structure, but then it unlocks Spire. And you could get something like that. Might be more interesting. Zerg have a much easier time getting the evolution speed increase upgrade, because they can actually get it just from evolving Gorgoleth Apiary or Devourer Haunt. They can get those two structures at Lair Tech. So they have a much easier... They can get basically what the Terran equivalent is Future Station, the Protoss equivalent is the Power Flux upgrade. They can get that stuff at tier 2. They have a much easier time of it, right? Mutation pits kick in at tier 2 as well. So I'm less worried about that than it might seem. Like I'm not really that concerned about that, because they have way easier access, and they almost get it like not by accident, but it's like almost incidental that they'll end up getting that upgrade, if that makes any sense. I'm wondering why I mutated my structure in a mutation pit, but for some reason it didn't actually... I wasn't able to get anything from it. I made a mental note to look at... Jesus Christ. To look at that. So like I have it here, but if I mutate to mutation pit, I don't get anything. Yeah, something is a little weird, because it doesn't even mutate properly, it looks like, so... Evolution. It does go to that. Right, it's like this is building morph for both times. Mutation pit. Okay. So maybe it's a plugin thing. I'll take a look. Upgraded spires get greater mutation, yeah. Looking for building morph. So it looks like maybe the code got reverted at some point. Zerg mutation pit. Thanks. Okay, it looks like that eventually they realized, hey, it works. Okay. So what's up, Baleful? Just plugging in some changes to the plugin right now. No pun intended there. Hell yeah. Basically. Coppers are after me. All right, that should hopefully fix that. Alrighty then. What am I missing here? Ravening Mandible. I thought I filled this out, or... Oh no, I filled out Essence Drain. That's what I did, so... That's what we'll deal with for now. And then I think the only blank directions that I have are for Adaptive Barrier and Adrenal Secretion. But I might have missed some others. I'm going to go back over the other list there. All right, so we've done that. All right, let's try out the mutation pit this time. It still is not giving me what I want, which is really weird. That was added just a second ago, right? Yeah. And this was saved, yeah. It's really strange that that's not initializing for some reason. What was I about to throw in here? Protoss Argosy. So we have Principalities 158. Pennant is 221. $182. I'm sure they'll wake up there. Destroyed. Thanks for letting me know. It's literally defined in unit ID, so why is it taking 8 years to realize that? Oh, so I didn't do Protoss Principality. I didn't do unit ID here like a silly boy. Icor just put in the unit IDs when he wrote this code initially. I don't want it to replace all references though, because there's like duplicate definitions for a lot of this stuff. I don't know what the fuck it's doing now or why it's spazzing out. Oh. What the fuck is this? Oh wait, these are button sets. Wait, are they? Oh, he duplicated these like a goofball. Why would he do that? Oh boy. So now I've got to find all of the different units. 92. The fuck? Why am I an insert? All right. Madrigal is 186. Oh wait, no, that's not Madrigal. That's Paladin. Then we got cargo ship, which is 91. Okay. What else do we got here? 220. And this is 127 for ion cannon, which is probably already there, but say Terran ion. It's not like this plugin is meant to support other game modes, so I don't really see why we would have a distinction here. I guess maybe it would make it easier for us to replace their names later, but my concern then is... wait. I do think I realize now what was going on here. It wasn't... It just was always bugged for different reasons. Okay. I guess that... That does make sense. So his stuff was always busted... Or the old code was busted because I didn't do unit ID as a prefix. I guess that makes some sense. Though I don't know why he doesn't shift his whole code here. I love it when the same functionality, the same button press, just gives you something completely different. Depending on what else you've got going on. Epic. All right, so that's more, we'll say refactor that organization there. Cosmo Colony attack speed, Cosmo Colony overheal. All right, so I just have to rename this to Kaskatha Lore. Try to build now, see if I fucked anything up. All right. Leave that there as it is. But I still have no idea why the mutation pit stuff isn't working correctly. Like, is it something maybe in my config that I'm missing? Well, there's that, but I don't think there was anything else. Classic. So I have to add 117. Okay, so we've added all of those definitions. And I also wanted to check for silent strikes. It is here. It's right in front of me. LOL. Okay. I didn't use the feature I was recommending. What? Yeah, the reason I don't use that is, like I said, there's a second set of declarations all through here. You see all this? I don't want to replace everything with one. So if I find, like, for example, a definition that says lurker underscore egg, and I replace all lurker underscore egg with Zerg lurker egg, like, that's basically what I was doing for the Guardian Roost. I found all Guardian or Greater Spire and replaced them all, and then I had to come in here and fix that. It's not like I'm just completely ignoring what you're saying. But it feels like you might be completely ignoring what I am, so. As inexperienced as I am in programming, I'm much more experienced dealing with GPTP's silliness. Why would it be broken though? I don't understand. What's broken is evolution chambers mutating into mutation pits. I don't know why, though. They've been busted for a little while now. I only found out yesterday during our fraud evening. What are you talking about? The whole thing compiled. Do you want me to rebuild it for you? So you can see it's compiling fine? Maybe on your build, I just pushed my changes. Yeah, I didn't push my changes yet. That's all you need to say is, hey, latest build doesn't work. Well, I completely lost my train of thought again. Oh. Well, it did replace it when I just did the same thing. So I just did the replacing everything. Like, replace all instances of this with that. A mass replace. What else are we looking at here? One Sun Strikes 88. And then I just need to multi-run this from the main thread here. Okay. So now we're good to go there. And otherwise, I did want to check this upgrade, this weight upgrade def thing. I feel like maybe it's a little too aggressive. Like the wait is a little too long, but it is pretty short in the current scheme of things, so maybe it's fine. I'm not sure. So we'll say Hydra check. mutagen. So. Okay, I think we're good there. Let me see if this compiles. Yeah. What is this? Oh, I know what that is. Just forgot to do this. Okay. I don't think... Oh, yeah, I did actually need to add... I think these are the only ones that have been added in recently. I already added optical flare support, so... Okay. I think that's all I changed. We're still, I still have no idea why the evolution chamber or mutation pit thing isn't working, though. Like, pre-placed ones seem to work fine, right? Which is the really weird thing. But then if you morph one, you don't have access to the... It still like ends up as the evolution chamber, right? Instead of the mutation pit. At least, like, weirdly enough, you see how like over here, wow. Now that's epic. Like, you see how this pre-placed one works fine, right? If I spawn one, it works fine too. But for some reason, they don't play nice over here. Is that true of all drones? Anybody who tries to... Like, what if I... Wow. Yeah, that's definitely buggy. I'll have to just ask Hydra about that. I think that's over my head. Let me see if the same thing occurs with Devourer or Haunts, though. That might also be the case. No? Oh. Ah. Yeah, that's actually the same thing for everything then. Okay. That's really weird, man. That's... Something has clearly been fucked. But I've reported the issue for now. Hopefully it ends up being fixed. Yeah. Not sure when that bug was introduced, but... That's very bizarre. Pretty sure I forgot to actually add the script files, though. All right, we'll push this version and then I'll replace the rest. Click, click, click. Clack, clack, clack. Oh, man. I think it's about time I get out of here after this. Gotta have some food. But hey, there's a new version of Hydra out there. It's got better AI timings for some stuff. Very epic. No, 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 no. Well, check that out. All right, so with these icons taken care of, I'll go ahead and send this over to DF as well, and he can tell me what he thinks. At some point, I'll move them over to the latest Wikidot page. And that's it. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate your input. Together we were able to come up with some exciting new upgrades that will hopefully be implemented in the near term. Though I am out of strings, I'm pretty sure, so we'll see how successful that ends up being. And yeah. That'll be it. I'll try to upload a video or two tonight as well. Maybe an AI castover in the first in my series of Starcraft campaign playthroughs. So we'll see what happens there. Until tomorrow for another stream, I will be seeing you. Take care.